There's a hush in the air tonight, a stillness that feels heavier than usual, as if the very light of the world is holding its breath. Can you feel it? The golden glow of Valinor, the undying lands, where the two trees once shone with a radiance beyond imagining, now flickers faintly, like a candle fighting against the gathering dark. Where are you listening from tonight, and what hour has found you? Let us know in the comments below as we journey together into this tale of twilight and turning points, where the fate of an entire realm hangs in the balance. High above the white towers of Tirion, King Finwë stands alone, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The trees Laurelin and Tulperion, whose light has bathed Valinor in endless day, now pulse unevenly, their golden and silver beams dimming as though drained by some unseen hand. The wind carries whispers, voices of unease, murmurs of a shadow that creeps ever closer. Melker, the once great Vala, now twisted by envy and rage, has returned. His presence is a stain upon the land, a chill that seeps into the hearts of even the wisest of the Eldar. Finwë feels it too, the weight of a decision that could unravel the peace of ages. Should he sound the alarm, rally his people to face the gathering storm, or seek the counsel of the Valor, the guardians of their world, though it may mean precious time lost? Tonight, we step into a story where light and darkness dance on the edge of blade, where choices made in silence ripple across eternity. This is the moment Valinor's innocence begins to fade, where the first seeds of doubt take root in the hearts of its people. The air hums with tension, thick with the unspoken question: what happens when paradise itself is no longer safe? As we drift into this tale, let the whispers of Tyrion's towers and the fading light of the trees lull you into a world of myth and majesty, where every decision carries the weight of destiny. Close your eyes and let the story unfold around you. The fall of Valinor into darkness begins now. The hall of Tirion has never felt so small, so stifling, the air thick with the scent of burning torches, and the unspoken fears of the Eldar gathered in uneasy silence. Finwë's voice, usually a beacon of certainty, trembles slightly as he speaks of the shadows creeping at the edges of their paradise. The light wanes, he murmurs, and the words hang like a verdict over the assembly. Around him, the greatest minds of the Noldor exchange glances, their eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight, some burning with resolve, others clouded with doubt. Then Feanor rises, his presence like a spark thrown into dry tinder. Must we sit idle while darkness coils around us? His words are sharp, edged with a fire that sets the room ablaze with murmurs. He speaks of weapons forged, of strength unused, of honor demanding action. His half-brothers, Fingolfin and Finarfin, stand as well, but where Feanor's voice is a clarion call to arms, theirs are steady, measured. Rashness will not save us, Fingolfin warns, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword, though it remains sheathed. The Valor have not yet spoken. Should we not seek their wisdom before we act? But the cracks are already forming. Whispers slither through the crowd, subtle as a serpent's tongue, words of suspicion, of betrayal, of old grievances left to fester. Melker's poison works its way into the hearts of the Noldor, though none dare speak his name aloud. A lord of the house of Finarfin leans close to his neighbor, muttering of Feanor's pride, while another, a smith of renown, clenches his fists and vows never to let the light be stolen from them. The unity of the Eldar, once unshakable as the mountains, now trembles like a leaf in the wind. And outside the hall, beyond the gleaming towers, the trees continue to dim, their light fading, as if mourning the discord sown among those who once cherished them most. The hour grows late, the debate rages on, and with every passing moment, the shadow grows deeper. The fate of Valinor teeters on the edge of a blade, and no one yet knows which way it will fall. Melker walks among them now, not as a shadow, but as a friend. His voice honeyed with false concern, his words crafted like jewels meant to dazzle and deceive. He lingers in the workshops of the Noldor, praising their skill, their brilliance, all while planting seeds of doubt with careful hands. Why should the Valor keep the secrets of creation from you? He murmurs to Feanor as the smith's fingers trace the edge of a newly tempered blade. Your hands could shape wonders beyond even their imagining, if only they did not fear your light. The lies take root, fed by Feanor's own restless pride, twisting his hunger for greatness into something darker, sharper. Night after night, the forges burn brighter, longer. Feanor works in solitude, hammering not just metal, but his grievances into form swords that glint with a fire no elf has ever wielded. Armor wrought not for protection, but for war. His sons gather close, their loyalty unshaken, their eyes alight with the same fierce hunger. Yet when Finwë comes to him, his voice heavy with grief, Feanor turns away. You would have us kneel while they steal what is rightfully ours. He snaps, and the words strike like a blow. The king recoils, but the damage is done. The rift between father and son yawns wider, and Finwë's hands, once steady in guidance, now tremble with helplessness. Meanwhile, Melker's whispers slither through the streets of Tirion, finding eager ears among the discontented. The Valor hoard the light, he tells a group of artisans, their faces tight with resentment. They would see you dependent, obedient, never masters of your own fate. The poison spreads, subtle as a vein of rot in a golden fruit. Even those who once counseled patience now clutch their tools with restless energy, their gazes straying to the darkened horizon. Then comes the night when Feanor, his eyes burning with a terrible clarity, raises the first of his blades to the dimming light of the trees. No more whispers, he declares to his gathered followers. No more waiting. The metal sings as it cuts the air, a promise and a threat woven into one. Some weep at the sight, remembering days when such a weapon would have been unthinkable. Others cheer, their voices raw with fervor, and high above, unseen by any, the stars themselves seem to shudder, for in that moment, something shifts. The first spark of violence has been struck in the undying lands, and the shadows, patient for so long, begin to stir. The torchlight in the great hall dances wildly, casting long, jagged shadows across the faces of the gathered Noldor shadows that seem to twist and writhe with a life of their own. Feanor stands at the center, his eyes reflecting the flames like smoldering coals, his hands clenched around the hilt of his sword. The Silmarils, those three radiant jewels bound to his very soul, rest against his chest, their light pulsing faintly, as if sensing the storm about to break. Around him, his 7 sons stand shoulder to shoulder, their faces set like stone, their breaths coming quick and sharp. Then Feanor raises his blade, and the metal catches the firelight, gleaming like a sliver of the very stars themselves. His voice, when he speaks, is not the measured tone of a prince, but the roar of a tempest. By the name of Eru, who shaped us from the void, he cries, I swear no hand but mine shall ever hold the Silmarils. Neither god, nor demon, nor the hordes of the dark shall keep them from me, not while breath remains in my body. The words hang in the air, heavy as a blade poised to fall. His sons echo the oath, their voices rising in unison, a chorus of defiance that shakes the very pillars of the hall. Finwë, his father, watches from the shadows, his face ashen. He has known rage, known grief, but this oath is something else entirely. It is a chain, binding his son and grandsons to a path of fire and blood, and there is no taking it back. His hands tremble as he reaches out, as if to grasp Feanor's shoulder, to plead with him, but the moment passes. The oath has been sworn. The silence that follows is thicker than smoke, pressing in on all sides, stifling even the murmur of the torches. And then, a sound, faint at first, like the distant groan of earth shifting. The great trees, Laurelin and Tulperion, shudder where they stand, their light dimming further, as though recoiling from the words just spoken. The Valor do not come. No voice from the heavens cries out in warning. Only the wind answers, howling through the streets of Tirion like a lament. Feanor turns his face toward the darkened sky, his jaw set, his resolve unbroken. The oath burns in his veins now, hotter than any forge fire. Behind him, his sons exchange glances, some fierce, some uncertain, but none dare speak against it. The path is set. The first step toward ruin has been taken, and somewhere, far from the light of the dying trees, Melker smiles in the shadows, his work unfolding just as he had planned. A hush falls over Valinor, deeper than night, heavier than stone, as the first drop of poison touches the roots of the two trees. From the shadows slithers Ungoliant, her form vast and shapeless, a void given hunger. Her webs stretch across the heavens, choking what little light remains, while Melker, clad in stolen majesty, guides her with whispers as dark as her own heart. Together they strike. Fangs pierce bark, and the trees shudder, their golden and silver sap flowing not upward into branches, but downward into Ungoliant's insatiable maw. The light dims, flickers, then gutters like a candle in a storm. A wail rises from the elves of Tirion, a sound so raw it seems to tear the very air. Hands clutch at chests, at loved ones, as if the darkness could steal them next. Children weep without knowing why, their tears glinting in the last fading glow. Finwë staggers to his knees, his crown slipping from his brow, its jewels dull as pebbles. The world he knew, the light he cherished, is unraveling before his eyes, and then, through the chaos, a single point of light remains, Feanor's Silmarils, blazing at his throat like captured stars. The crowd turns to him, their faces etched with desperation. They live, someone cries. The light lies still, but Feanor does not rejoice. His fingers tighten around the jewels, their radiance searing his palms. These were meant to be wonders, not relics, not burdens. The weight of their meaning crashes over him, the last light of the trees, now bound to his fate. Melker's laughter echoes in the distance, though no one else hears it. His work is done. The trees fall silent, their leaves crumbling to ash. The earth itself groans, as if mourning. And as the first terrified elves gather their belongings, their voices trembling with plans of flight, Feanor stands motionless, The Silmarils burn against his skin, beautiful and terrible. To keep them is to paint a target on his back. To share them is to surrender his life's work. The choice festers in his heart, bitter as poison. And so, in the suffocating dark, the first steps are taken not toward hope, but escape. Cloaks are fastened, bags slung over shoulders. The road out of Valinor, once unthinkable, now beckons like a grim promise. Feanor watches them go, his sons at his side, their faces half lit by the Silmaril's glow. Behind them, the land they loved sinks deeper into shadow. Ahead, only uncertainty, and the whisper of a doom they cannot yet name. The drums begin before dawn, a steady, relentless rhythm that shakes the dew from the grass. Feanor stands atop the great stair of Tirion, his cloak billowing like a banner of war, the Silmarils blazing at his throat. Below him, the Noldor gather, their armor glinting in the faint starlight, their faces set with a determination that borders on madness. Hear me, his voice cracks like a whip, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. Valinor has fallen, the light we loved is ashes, and the valor offer no justice, no vengeance. Will you wait here, cradling your grief like beggars, clutching empty bowls? Or will you follow me beyond the circles of this world, to reclaim what was stolen? The roar that answers him shakes the very earth. Finwë watches from the shadows of the palace gates, his hands clenched around the hilt of his unused sword. Every instinct screams to stop them, to bar the gates, to call for reason, to remind them that exile is not freedom. But when he meets Feanor's eyes across the sea of upturned faces, he sees no son he recognizes. Only a fire that will burn itself to embers, taking everything with it. His voice fails him. The moment slips away. The crowd surges forward, a river of steel and fury, and Finwë is left standing alone as the tide pulls his people into the night. They march not as refugees, but as conquerors, their banners stitched with stars, their songs full of blood and glory. The road north is bitter, the wind howling through the passes like a warning. Yet the Silmarils light their way, casting eerie, shifting patterns on the snow. Some whisper that the jewels weep, their light dimming with each league they travel from Valinor. Others claim they grow brighter, feeding on the rage of their bearers. Behind them, the shores of Ungoliant loom dark and silent. The Teleri, their kin by blood, but not by oath, bar the way. Feanor's demand for ships is met with refusal, then defiance. The first sword is drawn, not by a Noldor hand, but by a Teleri prince, whose eyes flash with terror. What follows is not battle, but slaughter. The sea turns red, the waves choke on the weight of the fallen, and when the last ship is seized, the Noldor sail into the north with blood on their hands and a curse at their backs. Valinor does not weep alone that night. The stars themselves seem to recoil, their light turning cold. The doom of Mandos, spoken but not yet heard, hangs heavy in the air, a shadow stretching across the path of every soul who followed Feanor's fire. Their steps are lighter now, their voices louder, as if volume could drown out the silence of the heavens. But the truth settles into their bones like frost. They have crossed more than a sea. They have crossed into a tale that will end in ash. The air grows thick with whispers as Mandos, the doomsman of the Valor, steps forward, his voice not thunder, not fury, but the terrible quiet of a door closing forever. Hear now the fate of those who forsake the undying lands, he intones, and the words settle like chains around the necks of the Noldor. Your oath shall drive you, yet betray you. You will weep tears unnumbered. The house of Feanor shall be as ash upon the wind. The silence that follows is worse than any scream. Fingolfin staggers as if struck, his hand flying to his chest, where the words seem to burrow like thorns. His people, his children look to him with wide, frightened eyes. This is not the glorious exodus they envisioned. Finarfin, ever the voice of caution, turns his face toward the distant spires of Valinor, still visible like pale ghosts in the gloom. We have been fools, he murmurs. This path leads only to hunger and regret. His followers clutch their cloaks tighter, their resolve crumbling like sand beneath their feet. But Feanor does not flinch. The doom rolls over him like water over stone, leaving no mark. What are the words of the valor to me? He snarls, shaking a fist at the sky. They who stood idle, while darkness devoured the light. His sons echo his defiance, their voices raw with conviction, but the crowd behind them ripples with unease. For the first time, doubt flickers in the eyes of even his staunchest allies. Then the unthinkable happens, the host fractures. Finarfin turns back, his steps heavy but resolute, leading a third of the Noldor homeward, their heads bowed not in defeat, but in sorrow. Fingolfin hesitates, torn between kinship and foresight, but the sea wind carries the sound of Feanor's laughter, sharp, mocking, and something in him hardens. If this is doom, he calls to those who remain, then let us meet it together. Yet the words taste hollow. The bonds between them are already fraying, splitting like rope pulled too tight. And then Alqualanda. The Teleri's white ships bob gently in the harbor, their sails like folded wings. Feanor demands them, pleads, then threatens. When the Teleri refuse, hands fly to sword hilts. A shove becomes a shout becomes a blow, and then the night explodes in chaos. Steel flashes in the dim light, brighter than the stars above. The sea, once singing with the voices of the Teleri, now chokes on their blood, the waves slapping red against the hulls of the very ships Feanor sought to steal. When the last cries fade, the Noldor stand panting on the docks, their hands sticky, their hearts pounding. The silence is worse than the battle. Even Feanor, for all his fire, cannot meet the eyes of his own sons. The doom is no longer just words. It has teeth. It has tasted them, and as the stolen ships carry them northward, the wind carries something else. The first notes of a lament, sung by the valor far behind them, for the light they have extinguished with their own hands. The wind howls across the Helcaraxe like a living thing, its voice sharp with ice and hunger. Beneath the Noldor's feet, the frozen wastes shift and groan, vast sheets of grinding ice, colliding with the force of continents at war. Every step is a gamble, one moment solid ground, the next a yawning crevasse swallowing the unwary without a sound. Fingolfin walks ahead, his cloak stiff with frost, his breath a ragged cloud in the air. Behind him, his people stumble in his footsteps, their faces gaunt, their eyes hollow with exhaustion. They left the warmth of Valinor behind, but Feanor's betrayal cuts deeper than the cold. His stolen ships are long gone, their sails vanished into the northern dark, leaving them to face this wasteland or perish. A child's whimper cuts through the wind, quickly muffled by a mother's trembling hand. There is no food left but strips of leather boiled to mush, no warmth, but the bodies huddled together beneath threadbare furs. The stars above offer no comfort, only the cruel, distant glitter of Varda's handiwork, a reminder of the light they once knew. Yet Fingolfin does not let his people falter. He bends to lift a fallen elder, his own strength waning, his voice hoarse but steady. Look to the horizon, he urges. Beyond this ice lies Middle-earth, beyond this pain, a home. Days blur into nights, each more punishing than the last. The ice claims its toll. An elf slips silently into the dark, their cry cut short. Another simply sits down, their eyes frozen open, their spirit already fled. The survivors pass them by, too numb to weep. But then, when the darkness seems endless, a change. The ice thins, the air warms by degrees, and one morning, as the first light of dawn stains the sky, a shout rings out. Land, not the jagged teeth of glaciers, but solid earth, cloaked in snow but alive beneath their feet. Fingolfin falls to his knees, his fingers digging into the soil as if to claim it. His people collapse around him, some laughing, others weeping openly. They have crossed the Helcaraxa. They have survived, but as they rise, stumbling forward into the newborn world, their hearts are heavy. The cost of this journey is etched into their faces, into the empty spaces where loved ones once walked. Behind them, the ice groans one last time, as if mourning their passage. Ahead, the forests of Middle-earth whisper with promise and peril. The stars still watch, silent and cold. But for the first time, in what feels like an age, the Noldor dare to hope. The sky bleeds gold over Middle-earth for the very first time. A sunrise so fierce, it seems to tear the heavens open. After lifetimes beneath the gentle glow of the trees, this new light is brutal, glorious, a fire that scorches away the lingering night. The Noldor shield their eyes, their breath catching as the dawn paints the unfamiliar landscape in hues of amber and flame. For a moment, the weight of exile lifts. They have crossed the grinding ice, survived the Helcarax's hunger, and now this a world reborn in light, as if just for them. But the shadows at the edges of the newfound day are not empty. Beyond the hills, in the deep places where the sun's fingers cannot reach, shapes stir. Armored in darkness, weapons forged in the pits of Angband glint dully as Morgoth's legions emerge. Orcs, their voices like the scraping of rusted chains, pour forth in a tide of malice. Balrogs loom behind them, their whips of flame, cracking the air like laughter. The Noldor barely have time to raise their blades before the first arrows hiss through the dawn. Fingolfin does not hesitate. His sword, Ringel, flashes as he lifts it high, its edge catching the newborn sunlight like a promise. For Valinor, he cries, though the name tastes of ash. For those we left behind, his people roar in answer, their voices raw with grief and fury, their charge shaking the earth. The two forces collide with a sound like thunder, steel biting steel, the grass trampled red beneath their feet. The battle is a tempest, a storm of clashing swords and dying screams. Fingolfin fights like a man possessed, his blows precise, his rage a living thing. Where he steps, the enemy falters. His sons, Fingon and Turgon, carve paths at his side, their own blades singing. For hours the tide wavers, until at last the orcs break, scattering like rats into the hills. The Noldor stand panting atop the carnage, their armor dented, their hands trembling with exhaustion. The field is theirs, yet as the survivors tend, their wounded, as the first songs of victory rise into the smoke-choked air. The silence between the verses whispers of darker tidings. The doom of Mandos lingers, a specter at the feast. Every fallen comrade, every drop of blood spilled, feels like a thread pulled from a fraying tapestry. Fingolfin gazes eastward, where the peaks of Thangorodrim claw at the sky. Somewhere beyond them, Morgoth watches, and he is smiling. The sun climbs higher, indifferent to the scars left upon the land. The Noldor bury their dead with swords in hand, their names spoken into the wind. This is their first dawn in Middle-earth. It will not be their last battle. The light has returned to the world, but so too has the shadow, and it grows longer with every passing hour. The banners of the Noldor snap in the bitter wind above the high walls of their new kingdoms, Barad Ethel, Himring, Nargothrond, each fortress a defiant fist raised against the shadow of Morgoth. For years, their siege holds like a ring of steel around Angband's smoking pits. The land itself seems to hold its breath, the grass brittle underfoot, the rivers running shallow, as if drained by the enemy's thirst. Yet within this circle of vigilance, cracks begin to form. Feanor's sons ride with their father's fire in their veins, but it burns unchecked now, a wildfire without direction. Medros, the eldest, stands atop Himring's battlements, his gauntleted fingers gripping the stone till it flakes beneath his grasp. His brothers chafe at his caution. We swore an oath, Curufin hisses, his blade restless in its sheath, not to stand idle while our birthright rots in Morgoth's clutches. But Medros knows the cost of recklessness. The scars on his wrist, where once he hung from Thangorodrim's cliffs, ache in the damp air. Yet even his wisdom cannot still the whispers. The oath coils tighter with each passing season, a serpent squeezing the breath from their hearts. Fingolfin rides from stronghold to stronghold, his presence a steady flame in the gathering dark. In Mithrim's halls, where the banners of his house ripple blue and silver, he speaks of unity, of patience. Angband cannot endure forever, he urges, his voice rough with the weight of kingship. But neither can we tear ourselves apart and hope to stand against the night. The lords nod, but their eyes flicker, some toward the east, where Feanor's sons brood, others toward the west, as if half longing for the shores they abandoned. The wounds of Alqualinde still bleed beneath the surface, the Teleri's cries echoing in the silence between their words, and Morgoth watches. From the depths of Angband, his laughter is a rumble felt more than heard, shaking the roots of the mountains. His lies slither through the Noldor's camps, disguised as rumors, as doubts. Fingolfin hoards the glory. One soldier mutters to another, "The sons of Feanor would see us all perish for their pride," counters a scribe in Nargothrond's libraries. The land, once vibrant under the Noldor's care, begins to sicken, crops wither, springs turn foul, as if the earth itself recoils from their fractured purpose. Then comes the day when a rider, his cloak torn, his horse lathered with sweat, stumbles into Barad Ethel's courtyard. His news is a spark to tinder. The eastern patrol's gone. Not a single survivor. The silence that follows is thick as fog. Fingolfin's jaw tightens. Medros, summoned in haste, arrives with his brothers at his back, their faces grim. No accusation is spoken aloud, but the air between them cracks with tension. The siege is fraying. The noose loosens, and high above, the stars once so bright over the Helcarax now seem to dim, as if even Varda's light withdraws from what is to come. The Noldor stand at the edge of a knife, their unity crumbling like the walls of a neglected fortress. Morgoth's shadow stretches longer, seeping into the spaces between them. The siege of Angband was meant to be their triumph. Instead, it becomes the stage for their unraveling. The first men emerge from the east like shadows given form, tall, fierce-eyed, their voices rough with the echoes of a world unknown to the Eldar. They come bearing no banners, no sigils of allegiance, only hunger in their gaze and the weight of wandering in their steps. At first, the Noldor welcome them with cautious grace, offering bread and firelight, marveling at how swiftly these newcomers learn their speech, their ways. Fingolfin himself rides out to meet their chieftains, his hand extended in fellowship. The enemy is yours as much as ours, he tells them, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. Stand with us, and the light shall be your shield. But Morgoth's whispers have already slithered ahead, carried on winds that reek of decay. In the dead of night, when the watchfires burn low, his agents move among the camps of men, hooded figures with honeyed tongues and hands that linger too long on sword hilts. Why serve those who see you as children? They murmur. The elves hoard the land's richest in game, the valleys where the rivers run clearest, and their immortality. A gift they will never share. The lies take root, watered by envy and the gnawing fear of being lesser. By dawn, the cracks show. A group of men, broad-shouldered hunters who once swore oaths under Fingolfin's banner, vanish into the hills, their footprints leading eastward toward the smoke-veiled peaks of Angband. Others remain, but their eyes dart sidelong at their elven allies, their laughter edged with something brittle. The Noldor pretend not to notice, though their hands stray nearer to their blades. Then comes the night, when the horns sound not from the enemy's lines, but from within. A village of men, their faces twisted in rage, set torch to the storehouses of Eärendil, their war cries mingling with the screams of the wounded. Fingon, racing to quell the flames, finds himself locked in combat, not with orcs, but with mortals he once called friends. Their swords clash in the flickering light, and the betrayal stings sharper than steel. Why, he demands, parrying a blow meant for his throat. The man snarls, spitting at his feet. Your light is a prison. Fingolfin stands atop the battlements as the smoke coils skyward, his cloak stirring in the wind like a tattered banner. Below, the survivors, elves and loyal men, alike tend to the wounded in stunned silence. The weight of his crown seems suddenly unbearable. Every alliance he forged, every bridge he built, now trembles under the weight of Morgoth's poison. The shadow does not need to conquer them outright. It need only divide them, chip away at their unity until they fracture under their own doubt. And in the distance, beyond the scorched fields, a lone figure watches a man, his face half hidden by a hood, his fingers tracing the hilt of a dagger gifted to him in secret. The choice is not yet made, but the seeds are sown. The age of heroes is fading, and the age of broken oaths dawns in its place. The wind carries the stench of burning grain, of spilled blood, and beneath it all, the faint, mocking echo of Morgoth's laughter. The wind howls across Ardgalen like the cry of a wounded beast, carrying with it the scent of ash and iron. Fingolfin stands alone in the courtyard of Eärendil, his fingers clenched around the hilt of Ringel, the blade that has never known defeat. The reports from the front are dire. Angband's forces surge forward, unchecked, their numbers swallowing the land like a plague. The Noldor's once proud siege lies in ruins, their alliances fractured, their people broken. and in the distance, the peaks of Thangorodrim pulse with a malevolent light, Morgoth's laughter echoing through the very stones. Fingolfin's breath comes slow, measured. His people look to him with eyes full of despair, their hope crumbling like the walls of their fortresses. He has led them through ice and fire, across the grinding hell of the Helcaraxë, into this land that was meant to be their salvation. But now, with every passing hour, the shadow grows deeper. There is only one path left, one act of defiance that might rekindle the flame in their hearts. He does not announce his departure. There are no grand speeches, no final blessings. In the pre-dawn gloom, while the camp still sleeps, Fingolfin mounts his steed, Rachalar, and turns toward the north. The horse's breath steams in the cold air, its muscles taut with anticipation. They ride not as king and subject, but as two souls bound by a single purpose. The plains blur beneath them, the wind screaming in their ears, as if the very land mourns what is to come. Then at last, the gates of Angband loom before them, black iron twisted into shapes of torment, their hinges groaning like the voices of the damned. Fingolfin does not hesitate. He raises Ringel high, its edge catching the dim light, and strikes the gates with a blow that shakes the earth. The sound rolls across the wasteland, a thunderclap that splits the sky. "Come forth, coward," he roars, his voice raw with centuries of grief and fury. "Face the judgment you have earned. For a heartbeat, there is silence." Then the ground trembles, the gates shudder, then groan open, and Morgoth emerges. The Dark Lord is a mountain-given form, his armor blacker than the void, his crown set with the stolen Silmarils, their light now tainted, pulsing like a diseased heart. His shadow stretches for miles, swallowing the sun, but Fingolfin does not flinch. He spurs Rachalar forward, and the duel begins. Blow after blow, Ringel finds its mark, shearing through Morgoth's armor, drawing rivers of black blood that sizzle upon the scorched earth. The Dark Lord bellows in pain, his strikes clumsy with rage, his hammer Grond carving craters into the land with every missed swing. The earth itself cracks beneath them, fissures snaking outward like veins of fire. Fingolfin fights with the strength of desperation, of a king who has nothing left to lose. But even the mightiest of the Eldar cannot stand forever against a god. A final, terrible strike from Grond sends Fingolfin crashing to his knees. Ringel slips from his grasp, its light flickering like a dying star. Morgoth raises his foot, and with a crunch that echoes across the battlefield, the High King of the Noldor is no more. Yet in that moment, something shifts. The Silmarils in Morgoth's crown blaze suddenly brighter, their radiance searing his flesh, forcing a howl of agony from his throat. The Dark Lord staggers back, clutching his face, his triumph marred by pain. For the first time since his reign began, Morgoth has been wounded, not just in body, but in pride. The news of Fingolfin's fall spreads like wildfire. The Noldor weep openly, their hands clutching their swords, their hearts torn between grief and rage. Even in death, their king has given them something priceless proof that Morgoth is not invincible, that even the darkest shadow can be pierced, but the cost is heavy. With Fingolfin gone, the last remnants of unity among the Noldor crumble. The Silmarils burn ever brighter in Morgoth's crown, a taunt to those who swore to reclaim them, a reminder of oaths that now seem impossible to fulfill. The age of heroes is over. The long defeat has begun. The forests of Doriath have stood untouched by shadow for centuries, their leaves whispering secrets in a tongue older than the sun. The girdle of Melian, woven with the magic of Amaya, wraps the kingdom like a mother's arms, invisible, impenetrable. But no ward, however powerful, can guard against the poison festering in the hearts of Feanor's sons. The oath they swore beneath the dying trees has become a living thing, gnawing at their reason, twisting their dreams into visions of fire and blood. They see the Silmaril gleaming in Thingol's crown like a stolen star, and their hands twitch toward their swords. Medros tries to hold them back. This is madness, he growls, his scarred face tight with pain. Doriath is our kin's refuge, not Morgoth's stronghold. But Celegorm's laughter is sharp as a blade's edge. Kin, they hoard what is ours while we starve in the wild. The others rally to him, their eyes alight with feverish purpose. Even Maglar, the poet whose songs once soothed the Noldor's grief, clutches his sword with white-knuckled resolve. The oath leaves no room for mercy. They come at dusk, when the forest is bathed in gold and violet. The girdle should stop them, should turn them away, lost and bewildered. But the curse of their kin's blood opens a path. The first arrows find sentries before they can raise the alarm. The rivers run red before the torches of Minigroth flicker to life. Inside the cavernous halls, Thingol rises from his throne, his face as pale as moonlit marble. Melian's voice, usually a balm to his spirit, now trembles with warning. They are here for the jewel, she whispers, but they bring doom for us all. The Silmaril burns cold against his brow, its light suddenly cloying, like honey laced with venom. What follows is not battle, but slaughter. The sons of Feanor carve through the guards, their blades biting deep, their cries echoing like the howls of wolves. Dior, Thingol's heir, falls defending the stairs, his twin sons clutching their mother's skirts behind him. Nimulf's scream is cut short by a dagger's kiss. The halls of Minigroth, once filled with music, now ring with the sobs of the dying and the triumphant snarls of the attackers, and then silence. The Silmaril lies abandoned on the blood-slick floor, its light dimmed by the carnage. Medros staggers back, his hands dripping, his breath coming in ragged gasps. This was not victory. This was sacrilege. The oath demanded the jewel's return, but the weight of what they've done crashes over him like a wave. The trees outside weep sap like tears. The rivers choke on the bodies thrown into their depths. Melian's grief is a storm that shakes the very earth. Her power, once a shield, now twists into something darker. The girdle collapses, and with it, the last sanctuary of the elves. Those who survive flee into the wild, their voices raw with lament. The sons of Feanor have their prize, but the Silmaril sears their flesh when they touch it, as if rejecting their claim. Their hands blister, their souls wither. The oath has not been fulfilled. It has consumed them, and far to the north, in the depths of Angband, Morgoth smiles. The Noldor have done his work for him. The light of the Silmaril fades further, its radiance smothered by the blood of the innocent. The world grows darker. The divisions among the elves are now chasms, unbridgeable and deep. The age of broken oaths has reached its cruelest hour. The world holds its breath as the last free peoples of Middle-earth gather beneath banners frayed by centuries of war. Elves, their numbers diminished, but their eyes still bright with ancient fire, stand shoulder to shoulder with the Edain. Men whose ancestors once betrayed them, now united by a common doom. Even the dwarves, their axes freshly sharpened, emerge from their mountain halls, their voices joining the chorus of defiance. For the first time in an age, the divisions between them seem to melt away, burned clean by the urgency of their shared peril. Morgoth's shadow stretches wider with each passing hour, his legions pouring forth from Angband like a flood of rot and ruin. This is the last alliance, a flicker of hope kindled in the darkest hour. At the heart of their host stands Eärendil, his face weary but unbroken, the Silmaril bound to his brow, blazing like a fragment of the sun itself. The jewel's light, once tainted by greed and bloodshed, now burns pure again, a beacon for the lost, a challenge to the dark. He turns his gaze westward, toward the seas that once bore him to the undying lands, and makes a choice that will echo through eternity. I will go, he murmurs, his voice barely louder than the wind, yet it carries the weight of a vow. If the valor will not heed our cries, then let them look upon this light and remember what they have forsaken. His ship, Fingolfin, waits at the shore, its sails silver as moonlight, its hull carved from wood that has never known decay. The wind rises as he boards, as if the very air recognizes the gravity of this voyage. Behind him, the hosts of the Alliance brace for battle, their swords raised, their songs of defiance rising into the smoke-choked sky. Ahead lies only the unknown, the perilous path to Valinor, where no mortal foot is permitted to tread. Then the sky splits. Thunder rolls across the land, not from storm clouds, but from the tramp of countless feet. The Valor have come at last. Their host is a living tide of light, their armor shining like the dawn, their spears tipped with the fire of the stars themselves. Man, Wes eagles wheel overhead, their cries piercing the gloom, while Tulkas leads the vanguard, his laughter a weapon as potent as his hammer. The earth trembles beneath their march, the very air humming with power long withheld. Morgoth's forces recoil, their snarls turning to shrieks as the first volley of arrows, fletched with eagle feathers, finds its mark. Balrogs, once unstoppable, falter before the wrath of the Valor. The tides of battle shift like sand beneath a hurricane, the ground itself heaving as two godlike wills clash. Mountains crumble, rivers run backward. The sky burns with colors no mortal tongue could name, and high above, Eärendil's Silmaril shines brighter than ever, its light a sword that cuts through the darkness, a reminder of all that was lost, and all that might yet be saved. The fate of Middle-earth hangs suspended between ruin and redemption, between the hammer of the Valor and the anvil of Morgoth's despair. For the first time since the trees fell, the shadow trembles. But the cost of victory has yet to be paid. The war of wrath shakes the foundations of the world itself. Mountains splinter like glass, rivers boil into steam, and the sky weeps fire as the Valor's wrath crashes upon Morgoth's realm. For 40 years, the land writhes in agony, the earth cracking open to swallow whole legions of orcs and balrogs alike. The once proud peaks of Thangorodrim, Morgoth's jagged crown, crumble into rivers of molten rock, their collapse echoing like thunder across the ruined plains. The Dark Lord's fortresses, built with the labor of slaves and the sweat of nightmares, are reduced to dust beneath the tramp of the Valor's host. Tulkas strides forward, his laughter shaking the battlefield, his fists stained with the black blood of demons. Man, Wes eagles blot out the sun, their talons tearing through winged horrors like parchment, and Morgoth, For all his cunning, for all his cruelty, finds himself cornered at last, a spider caught in the light of a vengeful dawn. Yet victory is not without its price. Beleriand, the land that cradled the Noldor's exile, the stage for their triumphs and tragedies, cannot endure the fury unleashed upon it. The earth groans, then fractures, the seas rushing in to claim what the war has shattered. Forests drown beneath the waves, their leaves still clinging to the branches, as if pleading for mercy. Cities of marble and song Gondolin's spires, Nargothron's hidden halls, sink into the depths, their memories preserved only in the laments of those who love them. The very geography of Middle-earth is rewritten, the map torn apart by divine wrath. The surviving elves stand upon the broken remnants of their world, their faces gaunt, their eyes hollow with the weight of all they've lost. The Valar extend their hands in mercy, offering passage to the undying lands, a chance to heal beneath the light of the West. But for some, the call of Middle-earth still sings in their blood. Gil-galad, last High King of the Noldor, gazes eastward, where new stars rise over untouched lands. "This is my home," he murmurs, though the words taste of ash. "I will not abandon it to the shadows that remain." Others, like Galadriel, linger not out of defiance, but out of a debt unfulfilled, a sense that their story here is not yet done. Yet for many, the sea longing cannot be ignored. The grief of centuries weighs too heavy, the scars too deep. Círdan the shipwright, his beard silvered by time beyond counting, builds white vessels with hands that remember the light of Ammon. One by one, the Eldar board them, their voices soft with exhaustion, their hearts torn between sorrow and hope. As the last ships vanish into the horizon, the waves whisper secrets only they can understand, a promise of rest, of reunion, of a shore where the tree's light still lingers in the air like perfume. And so the age ends not with a roar, but with the sigh of tides and the creak of sails. Morgoth is cast beyond the walls of night, his chains forged from the very essence of his malice. The Silmarils, those cursed jewels that ignited so much bloodshed, are scattered, one burning in the sky aboard Eärendil's ship, one lost in the earth, one swallowed by the sea. The land itself is remade, its wounds salted by the ocean, its history buried beneath the waves. Those who remain walk into the dawn of a new era, their footsteps lighter, their burdens shared. The world is quieter now, but it is not yet dark. The sky over Valinor is no longer bathed in the mingled gold and silver of the two trees, yet it is not entirely dark. A single star now pierces the twilight, Eärendil's Silmaril, set aloft by the Valar as a beacon for the weary and the lost. Its light is colder than Laurelin's warmth, sharper than Telperian's glow, but it is light all the same. The shores of Eldamar, once radiant with the reflection of the trees, now shimmer with the stars' fractured brilliance, the waves lapping gently as if soothed by its presence. The land itself seems to exhale, the weight of centuries of shadow lifting at last. In the white city of Tirion, the streets are quieter than they once were. The laughter of children still echoes in the courtyards, and the songs of the vineyard drift like mist through the gardens. But there is a hollowness to the music now, a pause where the names of the fallen might have been spoken. The elves who return from Middle-earth walk with slower steps, their eyes lingering on the empty spaces where kin once stood. The marble halls, though restored to their former grandeur, cannot erase the scars etched into memory. the pride that sundered families, the oaths that led to ruin. Fëanor, who turned back at the dawn of exile, now rules with a quiet sorrow, his crown a reminder of the brother and sons who will never cross the sea. Yet life persists. In the pastures of Valinor, new saplings take root, their leaves unfurling in colors unseen since the trees fell. The Valar walk among the Eldar once more, their presence a balm to old wounds, though they speak little of the past. Yavanna's hands, though they cannot rekindle Laurelin or Tulperion, coax blossoms from the earth that glow faintly in the starlight, as if the land itself remembers what was lost. The forges of Alle, once silent, now hum with a gentler craft. No swords, no armor, but tools for rebuilding, for creation without the taint of war. And in the heavens, Eärendil's star burns steady, a silent witness to all that has been endured. For the elves who linger on Middle-earth's shores, it is a guide, a promise that the West remains. For those in Valinor, it is both comfort and reproach, a reminder that light can endure even the deepest darkness, but at a cost too vast to measure. The undying lands are undying still, but they are no longer untouched by grief. The two trees are gone, and with them, the innocence of a world that believed itself beyond the reach of shadow. The elves of Valinor learn, slowly, to live beneath this new sky. They weave tapestries of memory, threading gold and silver with darker hues, telling the full story this time, not just of glory, but of fallibility. The wind carries their voices, softer now, wiser. The past cannot be undone, but it can be woven into something that does not fray. And so, beneath the light of a single star, healing begins. Not as the erasure of pain, but as the art of bearing it together. The echoes of the Noldor's saga linger in the very air of Middle-earth, a melody of triumph and tragedy woven into the wind. Their cities may lie drowned beneath the waves, their swords rusted to dust, but the weight of their choices remains etched into the land itself. The Silmarils, those radiant jewels that sparked so much glory and ruin, have found their resting places at last, one bound to Eärendil's brow as he sails the heavens, another plunged into the fiery depths of the earth, the last swallowed by the restless sea. Yet their light is not forgotten. On clear nights, when the sky is black as Morgoth's heart, even the humblest shepherd in the hills can look up and glimpse Eärendil's star, a flicker of hope against the dark. The elves who remain east of the sea carry their history like a second shadow. In the halls of Lindon, where Gil-galad rules as the last High King of the Noldor, the songs sung are sweeter but sadder now, their verses heavy with the names of those lost to oath and iron. The smiths still craft wonders, but their hands move more slowly, as if remembering the pride that once twisted craft into curse. Even the youngest among them, born long after the trees fell, feel the weight of it, a quiet understanding that their people's golden age is behind them, its lessons written in blood and fire. Yet the legacy of the Noldor is not one of despair alone. Their courage, however flawed, carved paths where none existed. Their defiance, however costly, proved that even gods could bleed. The dwarves they once mistrust now share their forges, trading secrets of stone and gem. The men they scorned as fleeting now build kingdoms of their own, their lives brief but bright as sparks on the wind. And in the hidden valleys of Middle-earth, where the light of the Silmarils no longer shines, new wonders take root. White trees with silver leaves, mirrors that show not what is, but what may yet be. The shadow of Valinor's fall stretches long, but it is not the only shadow. The world moves forward, scarred but not broken. The Noldor's tale endures not as a warning of failure, but as a testament to the price of greatness, and the fragile, fleeting grace of second chances. The stars still turn, the seas still whisper, and somewhere, beyond the edge of sight, the undying lands wait, not as a lost home, but as a reminder that even the deepest wounds may heal, given time enough. The fire crackles low, its embers painting the old elf's face in hues of amber and shadow. His voice, worn smooth by centuries, carries the weight of memory as he gathers the child closer. Long before your grandmother's grandmother drew breath, he begins, fingers tracing the edge of a tattered cloak, woven with threads of silver. The light of Valinor was so bright, it could mend a broken heart just by glancing at it. The child's eyes widen, reflecting the last sparks of the fire like tiny stars. Outside, the wind hums through the trees, a whisper of the same breeze that once stirred the leaves of Laurelin. The tale unfolds like an ancient tapestry, threads of gold and crimson, of pride and regret. The elf speaks of Feanor's brilliance, how his hands could shape wonders from starlight, yet how that same fire consumed him. He describes the trees, their glow so vivid it cast no shadows, only warmth. But shadows came all the same. He murmurs, his gaze drifting to the window where Eärendil's star hangs like a solitary lantern. Not from the trees, but from the hearts of those who love them too fiercely. The child shivers, though the night is warm, and tugs the cloak tighter around small shoulders. Silence settles between them, thick with unspoken questions. The old elf's hands, gnarled as tree roots, tremble slightly as he lifts a cup of honeyed wine. We tell these stories not to mourn, he says at last, but to remember that light and shadow are two sides of the same blade. The Noldor sought to master both, and paid dearly for the lesson. The child frowns, picking at a loose thread on the cloak, but the star still shines. They insist, pointing upward. A smile ghosts across the elf's lips. Ah, but that is the heart of it, little one. Eärendil's star is not just a light in the dark. It is a promise that even when we falter, even when we break, something of us endures. The fire sputters, its glow fading to a faint pulse, but the star outside remains, steady as a heartbeat. The child's eyelids grow heavy, their head nodding against the elf's knee. As he tucks the cloak around them, his voice drops to a whisper. Sleep now, and when you wake, look to the east. The sun will rise not with the glory of the trees, but with the stubborn light of a world that refuses to fade. The last ember dies, but the star's reflection lingers in the child's hair, a silent witness to the stories that outlive the tellers. The tale is done. The night is still, and somewhere beyond the horizon, the sea sighs against shores it has yet to claim.